Well, good morning, everyone. It is 9 o'clock. Call the meeting to order. Please rise as you're able and we'll sing the national anthem.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. And thank you, Phil, for leading us through that. I want to offer the land acknowledgement. As we gather, we recognize and acknowledge the traditional keepers of this land with whom we share today. The Township of Southgate is a part of the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Six Nations of the Grand River, the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the Haudenosaunee, and the Saugeen Métis. The land that surrounds us is part of who we are as it reflects our histories. May we live in peace and friendship with all its diverse people. Madam Clerk, is anyone registered to speak at open forum today?
None today, ma'am.
Thank you. Would someone please move the motion to accept the agenda? Madam Clerk, did you have something?
If council would be agreeable, we just had a request from some of the ones in attendance. If we could move up, it's probably easier just to move the planning department's 2 reports up after the CIO's reports. Just for timing, if council's okay with amending the agenda to just swap those.
Sure. Is there any objection to that? Everybody's good with that? Do we need a formal motion to do that, Madam Clerk?
As amended.
It's agreed. Okay, so Jim will move that. Jason will second. All those in favor? That is carried. Is there any declaration of interest related to any matter on today's agenda? Not seeing any. If one should arise, Councillor DeBreen.
Yes, I will be declaring a conflict or an interest in the matter in closed session 14.1.
Okay, thank you. So noted. All right, any others? Very good. Delegations and presentations. This morning we have a delegation from Southgate Solar LP, Connor, Clark, and Lund Infrastructure. Someone care to move that we receive that? Martin, seconded by Jim. Very good. Let's see. Are they online, Madam Clerk?
They are, yeah. It's
Oh,
Ryan,
there's Ryan. Yeah.
Rylan and
Rylan.
Jason.
Jason Woods.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to our Township Council meeting. The floor is yours.
Great. I'm just going to be sharing my screen if that's okay. Hopefully everyone will be able to see it. All right. Please let me know when everyone can see it.
Not yet.
Nope.
Oh, maybe it's coming. Yep, there we go.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Jason and I are just going to do a small presentation just about the Southgate Solar Farm, which some of you may know. Maybe by way of introduction, some of you may be familiar with Jason, but maybe not so much myself. So I'll go into just some quick introductions of who we are, and then we can proceed with the day. So myself, Ryland Verge, I'm the solar asset manager for Southgate Solar LP, which is basically I'm just overseeing kind of the day-to-day operations, working with the operations and maintenance folk, and the various landowners of which the asset sits upon their land. I've been in kind of operations and maintenance my whole career, pushing around 5 years now, and I sit under Jason Woods in the operational asset management team at CCNL Infrastructure, of which we kind of own and operate various different renewable energy projects across Ontario, broaderly in Canada, the US, and even down in Chile and South America as well. And maybe I'll pass it over to Jason to do a bit of an introduction for himself.
Yeah, thanks. First, I guess I'll start by saying I'm in this meeting twice, once on my machine, once on the phone. So hopefully I can overcome some of the technical difficulties I'm having today. This is a very familiar room. You may recall we spent some time up there pursuing a battery energy storage project a couple years ago. Some familiar faces, obviously. By way of reintroduction, Jason Woods, been with CCNL for over 10 years. I shepherded the Southgate Solar project through construction and oversee kind of operations in general at CCNL, which includes purview over, as Ryland alluded to, our Canadian hydro, solar, and wind projects, our US solar and wind projects, and our South American projects, of which we have 53 in South America. So yeah, nice to see everyone again. And we just have a short kind of snapshot of Southgate Solar to refamiliarize everyone, and then we'll discuss kind of the Vibrancy Fund and its use and allocation. So I'll toss it back to Ryland.
Awesome. Thanks, Jason. So maybe for those that don't know, a little bit of the asset overview and some of that history as well. So we got some photos of the asset itself on the right-hand side here, just post-construction that you can see. But Southgate is a 50 megawatt utility scale solar, so it's quite large for its size. And it's all ground mounted, consisting of 3 individual zones. The 2 larger zones are what you're seeing here on the right-hand side that make about 22 to 23 megawatts each. And then there's a third, much smaller zone that doesn't look as impressive from the sky, so we haven't included that aerial view for that one. The project was constructed with PCL Solar, so that was our kind of construction and EPC contract at the time. But the partnership for the financing was actually between CCNL Infrastructure and Samsung Renewables at the time. And the project actually achieved its commercial operations date, which is basically its substantial completion date when it can deliver electricity in December 2016. And at the height of that construction as well, we had over 250 laborers from the local community and beyond on site working at any given time. And obviously that was realized as a benefit through the local community for job creation, kind of taxes and ongoing investment through things such as the Vibrancy Fund. And on an annual basis today, Southgate is actually responsible for powering up to 7,800 homes based on the electricity that it delivers to the local grid. In terms of the revenue and financing, so the project actually has a contract with the IESO, which is the grid operator for Ontario, which is a very long-term 20-year contract where they basically have a power purchase agreement from us where everything that we deliver goes directly to them, and they work with Hydro One to distribute it across Ontario. It's debt financed through a long-term institutional bond, with Computershare as lender, and the debt is expected to be fully repaid before the PPA expires in 2036. And then just a little bit about the ownership structure as well. So this is actually owned through a co-investment structure. So Connor Clark and Lund does not own 100% of this asset. We have some other kind of institutional investment partners like Desjardins and Hanwha. But we actually make up the total operations kind of committee, which is responsible for the actual asset management and all the day-to-day activities that happen at the site. And usually before any major kind of decision is made, there is a unanimous kind of consent that is required from everyone involved. So we aren't at any authority to make any unilateral decisions without kind of everyone's agreement. And then into a bit of an operating update. So I've included some figures here, one about the production summary and the insolation. Insolation is just the fancy word that basically means the measure of sunshine that the site actually receives. So since inception, which basically day zero at the site, production has only been about 7%-ish below kind of the independent engineer's forecast, and that forecast was basically created before the asset was even around. But sunshine has actually been only 2% below the forecast, which is, and by utility scale solar metrics, these are very good numbers. Usually when we see any variances between, our target and what we've actually produced, it's usually from two things. We break these down into uncontrollable losses. So these are things that aren't in our control, basically. So that would be things like grid outages when Hydro One wants to do maintenance, any sort of environmental impacts. We've had ice storms that have taken down, hydro poles and created outages at the site, or things like cloud cover or poor weather that we just have no control over. But things that are controllable losses that we try to at least minimize to keep the plant up and running as best we can are things like equipment failures that need repairs, any shading from vegetation, which we try and keep nice and cut and trim, and then any corrective maintenance as well, which is basically just, as things fail, our operators are going around and catching these things and fixing them as fast as they can. So what you see at the bottom of the page here is just the 3-year rolling forecast versus the actuals. So the blue bar represents the actual production. So this is everything that's actually been offloaded into the grid. And the red bar that's there is the actual IE forecast. So that's what our target is. So you'll notice that, for the last 3 years, more or less, except for the winter when we receive lots of snow, we've been routinely beating these targets, which is a great news story for us. And then the two tables at the top there are just kind of the year to date and since inception as well. So the year to date is kind of hanging with a typical year, as you can see right now. All right. And then in terms of our actual active community relationships, so I would say two are a big kind of highlight here. Number one is sheep grazing. So CCNL, actually, we use sheep at the Southgate Solar Farm in all 3 of the zones, basically almost year round, effectively. And the site was actually designed by way of the perimeter fencing that was installed, where there's actually kind of 2 feet below grade of predator fencing to prevent things like coyotes and things from getting into the sheep, so that we could have these sheep in here basically acting as our vegetation management year round. So in any given year, we've seen anywhere from around 1,400 to 1,600 sheep that are actively grazing in the zones. And they do a great job at keeping the grass nice and trim. And obviously they get to benefit. They're eating well while they're in there. There's also dogs that are basically watching out for any coyotes that do get in. And it's actually a great news story because it's actually a cheaper alternative than mechanical cutting. So having like actual diesel tractors and lawnmowers in there. And we can basically have a dual purpose for the land that the solar site is actually sitting on instead of just obviously industrial here. And we have a great partnership with Don Lewis, who actually maintains a lot of the area of land that the solar farm sits on. And so these are all his sheep. The second one is kind of not unique to any renewable energy site. We'll always have kind of a Endangered Species Act permit that we require to hold. And within that permit, as part of our ownership, there are obligations for us to monitor endangered species in the area. And so a couple of the endangered species in the area that we were monitoring at the time were the bobolink and eastern meadowlark shrike bird species. So these two, basically, they're grassland birds. And so when the solar site was installed, we were required to do kind of a 5-year period of monitoring to track for behavior such as kind of just overall count, mating, how kind of if the solar farm has affected them in any way in terms of their nesting, fledglings, and so on. So we have a qualified environmental consultant that comes in every year, or did come in every year for the first 5 years, to basically ensure that there was no displacement, the count remained kind of similar to year over year, and after that, now we have basically discontinued the monitoring, but we do get some pictures every now and then from the operators out in the field that do catch some of these birds on site. All right. And that's just a little bit of a snapshot. And obviously, we wanted to give kind of, light on materials, but heavy on discussion for the board. I know some of you may know Jason, some of you might not know me, some of you might be, hearing about the solar farm for the first time, sorry. So I wanted to kind of open the floor to anyone who had any questions for us or about the asset.
Sorry, maybe before that, I'll just add on the environmental attributes. So we actually actively engage with a farmer to maintain land north of the project on Southgate Site Road 41 for bobolink habitat. So the deal is if you destroy or alter land for the purposes of building a solar farm, you commit to preserving land, kind of a specific area of land elsewhere. And we've done this on this project, obviously in the local area. In the first 5 years, we were also monitoring turtles and I think certain frog species. There's specific fence designed within one of the zones to allow for turtle passage outside of a natural area within the farm, so they don't kind of get contained within the fencing. And then lastly, before construction, it was surveyed and determined a certain quantity of butternut trees would need to be taken down within the project. And so the project planted, it has a zone of planting just outside the fence, but within the project footprint. I think it's something like 22 butternut trees or something. The specifics, we can get you that information, but these butternut trees were kind of registered, specific DNA and genealogy of the trees, and they were planted and monitored for the first couple of years of operation of the project. So, and continue to thrive out there. So, lots of planning and consideration goes into these things, and I think a lot of that gets missed. And then, lastly, I would say, and you will all be aware of, that we did strike a vibrancy agreement with the Township of Southgate. I think Rylan would have the specific details on the quantum of that. And the purpose of those funds is for Southgate to use kind of at their discretion. But in the past, there have been some reach outs from the township to ask about, as an example, I think, I can't remember the road, but there's a community center that got a digital sign put up, and it bears Southgate Solar LP on the sign, and that was a request made by some former member of council. So, I think one of the purposes of today's meeting and presentation is just to remind everyone about this vibrancy agreement, and then maybe request information about how it's been allocated in the past. It's an important metric for us to communicate to our investors and our stakeholders, especially where these funds get used for, really good things, right? Like playgrounds or parklands or something like that, right? So, as an ask, I think from Southgate Solar and from CCNL, if that information is available or in the public sphere, we'd be interested in hearing about that. And to the extent that you want to avail yourselves to us in terms of our input as to how we would like that money spent, I'm sure we would have some ideas or could collaborate on that.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your presentation. I know the community center that you're talking about is the Holstein Egremont.
That's right. Yeah.
Optimist Club in Holstein, and the outside sign has been well received, as has all of the funds that have been generated by this particular agreement. Council, any questions, discussion? Barb?
Yes, thank you and good morning. Thank you, Rylan and Jason. Nice to see you again, Jason.
Yeah.
The project is remarkable, of course, and I'm glad to see that there's a habitat replacement or tree replacement agreement. And of course, we do appreciate the Vibrancy Fund, which is a 20-year agreement of $75,000 a year. Thank you for mentioning that, because my question was going to be about the 20-year lifespan or time frame. it's a couple of questions. One is, what is the plan or who is responsible for decommissioning the project when the life expectancy ends? And at that 20-year mark, is there an opportunity to renegotiate the vibrancy fund if there's going to be a renewal of the project, so that the community continues to benefit of that acreage that has been taken out of the that has been designated for the solar garden? That's my
Yeah.
first series.
Okay, so maybe I'll take that on, and thanks for the question. It's an interesting and good question. You are correct in that the life of the ISO contract is 20 years, and the vibrancy agreement is also kind of paced to the terminus of that contract. At CCNL, we would say the useful economic life that we're currently tracking to is a 35-year life. And so, to answer your first question, if there was a decommissioning responsibility, we would be responsible for decommissioning. We have land rights with our landowners that extend beyond the 20 years to allow for decommissioning period, and even further. The land rights that we do have give us the ability to extend the leases with the participant landlords, at least to a 35-year life, contemplation of a 35-year life. What we are seeing in Ontario right now, as you may have heard and likely have been solicited by other proponents, there is an increasing call for energy in Ontario. So when we last met, we discussed battery energy storage. Subsequent to that, there's been energy project RFPs that have been recently announced. So there were 12 projects in Ontario that were recently announced, 10 solar and two wind farms. I did not see any up in the Southgate municipality, but that's not to say there aren't, there is an interest out there. So it is on, there is a universe that exists where folks like us might be sitting in this council chamber advocating for new projects in the future, whether that be battery energy storage or solar or wind. All of those will be, most assuredly bundled with a vibrancy agreement, and typically vibrancy agreements are going off at about $1,000 to $1,500 per megawatt. So just for rough calculation, if you have a 300 megawatt project, that's for $450,000 at $1,500. Setting that aside, what we have seen in the province recently is projects that are nearing the end of their life or nearing the end of the contract life with the IESO. The IESO, given their current need for power, is running a process where those project participants can recontract with the IESO, and these are usually at lesser rates. It's more economic for the IESO to recontract with folks who already have projects that are still viable, but don't need to be rebuilt. So greenfield projects cost a lot of money to build, and the province and ultimately the ratepayer pays that premium. So it makes a lot of sense to discuss with folks like us who have a contract that's kind of in the 5-year glide path towards the end of their contract with the IESO. There's also a repowering stream that the IESO is working on, and we haven't seen that brought to market yet. But what that contemplates is, hey, you have land control, you have an interconnection, which goes on in perpetuity so long as there's a viable contract. Those are both really valuable things. And you have certain infrastructure that could be reused and kind of repurposed for, the modern solar panel, which is much more powerful. So you could either increase the size of the project from a nameplate capacity size, or you could maintain the size of the project and maybe take up a little bit less real estate. And so all that's to say is, I think in our view, we would think that there's life beyond the 20-year contract, and we would expect that we would be meeting with the municipality to discuss, further vibrancy at that time, or as we approach that time. Certainly, we would not recontract, and I'm not even sure that we would have the ability to recontract without engaging the municipality for support as we did in the first place. I'm not specific, like I don't know the specific rules surrounding that. Whether there's like a municipal support resolution that's required from the ISO to do that, because we're kind of not in that headspace yet, but we will be in about 5 years. So, you know, we remain optimistic that, you know, we foster a good relationship and continue to have a successful project out there and continue to be a good corporate citizen and a contributor to the community.
So the short answer is it depends.
Yeah, it depends on the
Yeah,
ice.
okay, so
I-
so Barb has another question.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. Well put. I guess my comment is so the long and the short of it is that we're open to negotiating, and the vibrancy, an extension to the vibrancy fund is not off the table. So thank you for that, Jason. And second of all, to that question, can you estimate, if I'm not mistaken, the total solar garden when you take in all three projects is just over 600 acres?
I think it's like the actual physical plant resides on about 600 acres, but I think land control is upwards around 700, 750 in totality. Like we've got more land control than what actually we have project built upon. But yeah, I think in broad strokes, those are rough metrics. We can get you the exact specifics.
Oh, plus or minus 700. That's pretty good. And I guess the final comment that I would have or question, oh, no, it's just actually a comment. I know that we received a report earlier this year, and that sends annually to CCL how the money is assigned. So if the clerk could
Madam
speak
Clerk?
to that.
Yeah, Ryland, we had sent you guys a summary of what we have spent the funds on since I think 2021. I just want to go back to your comments about that to make sure you guys seen that, or were you asking for something other than that?
Yeah, no, you're right. We do have that in hand, and I have that in my inbox. I think what Jason's point was more like maybe like a recurring touch point to discuss those in the future, not
Okay.
just what we've received so far. Sorry for the
Okay,
confusion.
I'm sure we can accommodate that. Jim, you had a question or a comment?
Good morning, good people. And just to add to that, there's still 240,000 in the solar reserve for future use.
Yeah, and as I said, it has been much appreciated and well used for sure. Any other, Martin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ron. I read an article about wind turbines, and I know your solar panels, but there's one place being decommissioned because it is 20 years up. But the turbines they're replacing, the technology has got so far advanced, they can put one turbine up and it replaces 3. And you did mention that the new solar panels are so much more effective. Do you when you do your maintenance, replace them? And eventually, would you replace all of them with a newer technology over time?
So
And that would help the vibrancy fund too, because you're putting more output. So just a question.
yeah, unfortunately, within our ISO contract, we are like constricted by like a very specific calculation of how we reach that 50 megawatts. So when we replace solar panels at the site today, let's say, I don't know, a rock or something flings and cracks a panel and a technician replaces it, we would replace that with a like for like panel. So we have a stock of spares that we have from 10 years ago that we've been slowly kind of going through over time to replace those. But the second part of that is the electrical characteristics of the system as well are very sensitive to where you can't just take, let's call it a 300-watt panel on and put on a 600-watt panel because of the downstream kind of electrical incompatibilities that can happen there. So when we are looking at something such as a repowering or an extension, we would not we would be able to reuse probably just the structural racking, but a lot of the kind of wiring and everything would actually have to be rated for a much higher amperage, given the newest size of kind of the solar panels that are out there today. So to answer your question, we're only replacing with like for like now because we can't change the 50 megawatts as it is. If we were to go with higher efficiency or larger panels as well, that would only be under the approval or the permission from the ISO if we were doing a broader kind of a repowering campaign, I would say.
I'll add, earlier projects that we built in the province didn't have a restriction. Our Southgate solar and our Windsor solar projects were restricted in terms of their overbuilt. So it's 50 megawatts AC that we deliver to the grid, and we have a 20% overbuild on that. So we actually have 60 megawatts of project installed. And what that does is it gets us to full power faster and keeps us there longer. It is economic, or it appears to be economic, for us to repower other projects. And if this project was contracted where it was not restricted, we would look at something like, putting, let's call it 90 megawatts behind that 50 megawatts. And there would be a business case that would make that viable. But unfortunately, we can't do that here under the terms of our current contract. Not to say that we wouldn't, potentially try to invoke a bilateral with the ISO to see if we can change that. There's just currently no program for it that's on the records.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Well, I want to thank you both, Rylan and Jason, for your presentation today. It's been very informative. And again, we do appreciate you folks being in the township and all the good that the Vibrancy Fund has done in the past and will do in the future. So thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, I need a vote to receive the presentation. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, the next presentation is Social Point, the digital engagement platform presentation. Mike is going to be doing this presentation. Sorry, I don't see the last name, but nonetheless, Mike is up there. I need a motion to receive. Barb will move. Martin will second. Good morning, Mike. Welcome to our council meeting, and the floor is yours, sir.
Morning, everybody. Sorry, I'm actually the Wi-Fi might not be the best. I'm in Fort Worth, Texas at a sales training. But yeah, my name is Mike Mack.
I feel your pain, sir. Your Wi-Fi is not that great. Go ahead. You're doing just fine.
Good. Okay. Yeah, so my name is Mike McInerney. I'm the new business manager for Social Point in the Canadian market. I live in Owen Sound, Ontario, so I am local, although I'm not local right now. Very familiar with the team. I know the team, that the township had launched an engagement platform in the past. I had been on a part of that a few years back, but so essentially we are an engagement platform that many municipalities in the Canadian space are using to, engage community residents, various stakeholders around the community on projects using various tools rather than, maybe a survey, but we have mapping, participatory budgeting, surveys are a part of it, quick polls, just different ways to get feedback to extend the conversation to residents that may not make a public meeting, at 9 a.m. today, may not even watch it later, but they might be able to come in, read about the project and give you an idea or give you different feedback, right? So we actually are working with Grey County. Grey County has purchased our platform, Rob Hatton and their comms team. And the main goal is to essentially create a hub model for all the lower tier municipalities in Grey County so that I would have, as a resident of Owen Sound, I would have one login where I could engage with the county. I could engage with the city. I could also engage with the township of Southgate if I take my kid to a local, outdoor play place down there or a farm school down there, which she actually goes to. So it's a great way to get people connected that may not understand the boundaries of a county and want to get engaged in a different area. So if that's okay with the team, I'm going to share my screen just to give you, it's great to hear me talk probably, but I mean, I'll show you really what it looks like, what I'm talking about. And if there's any questions, feel free to, I can leave them till the end. Also happy to have people ask throughout. Kind of makes it a little bit more engaging for everybody. I'm trying to request access to share. It's not allowing me at the moment.
We've made you a co-host, Mike, so it should work. Might just be a bit delayed.
Okay. 1 second here, guys. Sorry. The new computer, so it's making me do all these fun things here. Sorry. It actually might log me out of this meeting. That's generally what it does. Just I'll be right back. Bear with me. Sorry about that.
No, no worries. Close, Madam Clerk.
Ugh. I am back. Okay. Can everyone hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right. Sorry about that. I usually use Teams, so that's my apologies. I'm not used to Zoom here. So I'm going to share my screen now,
Okay.
and we should be good.
All right.
All right. Okay. So
We're all holding our breath. Oh, you're
Lord,
good.
okay.
There it is on the screen.
Beautiful. Okay, so this is what an engagement platform will look like. This is Connect Grey Highlands. Essentially, it's a separate URL from the municipal site, allows you to essentially streamline all the projects, right? Many websites, it's multiple clicks into a project or to find anything on a public site. They're beautiful, they're great, but they're not always accessible. And it just allows me to, even that solar project you're talking about, I think that's a phenomenal initiative. I didn't know anything about that. You could have a tab on here where just explaining what that solar farm is actually about, that there are, you're not actually using machines to cut the grass. That type of stuff is amazing. It's good stuff for people to know. But things like a master plan or a new park project that's happening, it's a great way for people to find stuff. They can search by category if you have that set up, or by area on where they kind of relate to. Now, the model we're going to be moving towards is what the region of Waterloo is doing, where it's going to be Engage Grey County, something like that. And the overarching, that's going to be that overarching URL. But as you come down, I can search by department, right? But I might live, like I said, in Owen Sound. I take my kid to skate out in Shallow Lake every week. I could engage with Georgian Bluffs in down below here, right? So I can jump into Cambridge. It's going to be branded to Cambridge. It's still going to have the overarching look and feel of the overall branding, so it looks similar. But you can have branding towards Southgate, right, where all those projects are going to be about Southgate. But as I go back out and I go home, it's going to take me to the actual region where I can look into Grey County, and they're going to be doing a transportation master plan coming up on this. People from Southgate could still engage on that with one sign in, or they don't have to sign in. But it gives them one area, right? Not 6 different URLs or 4 different places to give engagement and feedback. Now, to kind of rewind it a little bit, when you jump into like a project like this, right? These are the different tools that your team, communications, it doesn't matter what department is actually using it. These are the tools that you'll have at your disposal at any point, right? So when you're engaging on a park master plan, or maybe it's a solar farm, right? You could actually create a map, geofence the area, and have community members drop pins on areas that they like, areas they don't, areas that are of a concern, right? They could provide a comment, they can give you a photo, people can like each other's comments. There's a participatory budgeting type of tool where if this scares people, but it creates trust with the community, it builds, it gives them the ability to kind of take control, but puts guardrails up. So when you're doing a budgeting project like in Lincoln, rather than just do the budget, right? They explained what the operating budget was, how it worked, right? But then down below, they used the budgeting tool, gave the town $100 and said, what's important to you before we actually go forward with our strategic plan, right? We just want to know what you are interested in funding, right? You're not giving them the power to build the budget or anything of that nature, right? They did a build-in survey where they could let you know what part of Southgate they're from. Here's the property taxes where they actually go, a matrix Likert scale, right? There's even a drag and drop ranking if you're trying to get people to prioritize assets or ideas, right? So there's lots of cool ways to engage a community on these types of things. On the back end, we help. It basically does all the reporting for you. It's got sentiment analysis and comment tagging so that your internal team isn't going to have to read every comment maybe that's coming in. It's human live moderated. So every photo, comment, and video that's publicly submitted by your community is going to be moderated 24/7 based on your terms of use. And just so that people aren't, if we have an ideation board, if I post a photo, it can't be of some hate crime or something going on in the community, that would be taken down. Or if someone drops an F-bomb, that does not go live. There's an algorithm that will get rid of blatant violations. But if someone gives a real comment and a thoughtful post, a real human is going to be moderating that, looking at it and reading it so that your team it's not the Wild West of social media, right? I could talk all day about this. Usually my demos are about an hour. I can leave it there. I would love to have, if there's any questions or comments or anything from the Southgate team or council, I'm happy to answer any questions the team might have.
All right. Thank you, Mike. We lost your screen sharing, or maybe you stopped sharing. I'm not sure, but nonetheless, it was up there for most of your discussion. Any questions?
Yeah,
from
I
council?
took it off because it was just looking at a blank screen. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Any questions from council? And indeed, Barb and I did see a very similar presentation at the county.
Thank you. And through you, thank you, Mike. I suppose that it would be really helpful from an individual's perspective of, if you had an example and you actually worked through one of those tabs. Maybe that's something that can be done in the future. What alternatives would we have in place that would complement the online version? Because obviously, we have a number of residents, and we hear this often, that governments are leaving people behind because those individuals who may not have reliable internet or who just don't have computers are not being involved in the conversation. And I hear it out as I'm speaking with residents as well, that doing everything online, having to go to a website to get a form, to fill out an application for whatever, they're getting frustrated, mostly our seniors, who feel they are being discarded. So how does this, or how can we implement other things that can complement this?
Yeah, I mean that's a great question. Obviously living in Owen Sound, and I have my daughter, my wife's and grandma's 94 in the area, so leaving those people behind is obviously not an option. I can speak on what other communities do that are rural, that have older, community members. But I mean, at the end of the day, our team will work with the township's team on what we find best practice, what works well in pairing with face-to-face engagement, because that's never going to go away, right? Those public meetings are obviously going to continue to happen. What I find a lot of communities will do is, one, you can stream these meetings into that project that we have so that people online can still see these. But beyond that, they'll send out those printed surveys wherever they are. Like Georgian Bluffs will do it at Shallow Lake, where they'll have those printed out surveys that are online, and the people will fill them out there that maybe aren't going to be going online to do them. They'll have a box, and you can submit them back into the platform, and it will do the reporting for you. Right? It's a bit more manual, right? But it's an easier way to do that. What Clarington's done and Welland is, you can there's companies you can find where, and it doesn't cost a lot, where you can get iPads that can be set up in kiosk modes or kiosks, and they basically put this platform locked in kiosk mode in their community centers in different areas like the library, the YMCAs, wherever they found residents might go. And then the people that worked at those community centers were actually, kind of trained, or at least given an idea on what the platform was, so that they could introduce it to that member of the community and show them how to use it potentially. That worked really well. And I think it's Melissa Westover at Clarington. I'm happy to introduce the team to them. They did a phenomenal job of that. And I think they've won some awards globally in the engagement space with how they did it. Again, a bigger community, but same barriers in a lot of ways. So we would work with you on how to do that. On how to do that. There's also things like QR codes. I know people don't want digital, but if they do have a phone and they do have access, you could always put QR codes in, tax mailouts or whatever it might be to help them ease their way into this type of platform. It's no different than operating or commenting on a Facebook page. So if any of those, I know not everyone uses it, but a lot of people are able to operate a Facebook account, right? It's not anything more difficult than that. So when you're able to introduce it to the community and kind of show them, it makes it a little bit easier on uptick and kind of that stuff. So I don't know if that doesn't really answer your question, but we'd work with your team on strategies and what works.
Thank you. And I think it actually did answer my question. The comment that you just made, it's no more difficult than commenting on Facebook, speaks volumes to those who feel that they are not internet savvy. They may already be on Facebook, and so they don't realize that, that it's just another tool. And what you can't see in the room is our clerk nodding that all of these ideas, she nodded that it's not to eliminate that in-person public engagement, and that they will be working to continue those in-person opportunities. So that gives me some reassurance as well. And I think sitting at the county council, there's a number of facilities where you mentioned putting in dedicated iPads where there's people who can help guide those, the libraries, Grey Roots Museum. And we experience it when we go into a retail outlet where they have a screen that says, what are you looking for? And you can punch in the item and it tells you what aisle it's in and whether it's in stock. So people are getting more familiar, but it's that fear of going online. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. The last thing I was just going to say is, because it's the county doing it, I haven't seen as many lower tiers jump on board like this as fast. Like Waterloo did it a little bit differently. But knowing like you're going to have multiple cities or townships that are going to have knowledge of this platform, to your point, any facility within Grey County is going to be promoting it, not just your township, which is far more valuable in smaller communities. Sometimes it can be harder to get that momentum going, but when you're in a county wide and people just keep seeing, Connect Grey County or Engage Grey County, it really does help. And seeing it in the Grey Roots Museum or, the Harry Lumley Arena, wherever it might be, right? So yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Monica, you have a question, and then Martin.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mike, for a really great presentation. Just a comment. I hope that these type of presentations going forward, especially for rural communities, will really continue to bring awareness on how important it is that rural households do have good, reliable home internet connection, and also other solutions where, in case because of high monthly fees, especially in the rural area, for internet connection can pose barriers, there may be another way that we could have some kind of center. I know we have an amazing library that allows that for people who maybe are not online as much, but just the high speed availability and the gap in Ontario that does show that rural households in Ontario do lack sometimes the baseline access to fixed wired internet connections. But we are moving forward, and I do appreciate the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica. Martin, you have a question?
And I guess, just to clarify, Mike or Lindsay, it can be used on a phone because not everybody has laptops, computers, but 99% of the population has a cell
Yeah.
phone. So is
100%.
would it be an app from the county, or like my point is it could be accessible by phone no matter what.
100%. So we actually don't do apps because if it's not a crucial app to an individual, 2.9% of all apps actually get downloaded. People don't want that storage on their phone, right? And we don't do app based, but it's a link or a QR codes, whatever it might be, but it's totally accessible from phone. Your team can test the project look and feel from an iPhone or from the look of a phone before it actually goes live. It's the highest degree of accessibility for a software. So it's WCAG 2.2 AA compliant, which is browse aloud friendly, screen reader friendly. And we also, Grey County, purchased an extra widget for the platform. It's an accessibility widget that will allow your community, if I'm colorblind, it will change the format to colorblind, to people that are colorblind. If I'm autistic, it will pause animations. If I lost my glasses, it will enhance the size of the screen rather than zoom in and miss half the info. So there's an accessibility component that we have for the county, knowing the age ranges, knowing the area as well as I do, to get that. And Meaford should be launching by the end of the month as well. So you're not going to be alone in that end.
Very good. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And thank you for mentioning the additional widget. This accessibility widget, does it also include pictographs so that someone who communicates, speaks through a laptop, through pictures, is that part of that accessibility widget?
It's actually that's part of the platform. So that's what that screen reader browse aloud part of it. You can activate it when someone basically gets on that platform. I can just quickly show you the accessibility widget. Let me just quickly find someone who's using it. I think Clarington is one. And can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So if I'm going to Connected Clarington, oh, nope, they don't have it. Sorry. Just need to find someone really quickly. Someone, they must have taken it down. Where did it go? Bear with me here. So if I go to Ontario, I think Kawartha Lakes. I'm not seeing it. Okay, let me just go to our site and I'll show you it. Oh, there it is. Of course, it pops up just as I was leaving. Let me go back, sorry. So this is Kawartha Lakes, jumping Kawartha Lakes. And this is the accessibility tool. So one, we have a built-in translation. So it will translate to your top 10 languages that your team picks to make it more accessible for other languages. But what it will do is it will change contrast, right? If I'm colorblind, depending on what color blindness. It will change text. My dad hates wearing his glasses, especially at the cottage. won't lose half the information anymore, right? It can hide images, make it dyslexic friendly, right? Change up the page structure for people. There's a cursor, like a tooltip, like everyone knew Clippy back in the day. That's kind of like what it will do and help people navigate the actual page. So yeah, it's the most accessible type of platform. Like it surpasses all the standards across Ontario. The standard right now is WCAG 2.1, and we're on WCAG 2.2. So yeah, it's the highest accessibility for a software that you can have.
Excellent, excellent. Joan, you have a question?
Not a question, a comment. Good morning, everyone. Losing your glasses and still be able to read and not wanting to wear my glasses when I'm out, that jumps out at me, speaks volumes. So thank you.
Oh, that's good. There's lots of us like that for sure. Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any. Well, thank you very much, Mike. And there is a report coming from the CEO shortly about this project. And we'll have more discussion at that time, I'm sure. So thank you very much for your time and the presentation this morning.
Thank you. Have a great day. Hopefully see everyone soon.
You bet.
Bye
Take
now.
care. Okay, all those in favor to receive the report? That is carried. Thank you. Adoption of the minutes from the July 2nd meeting, closed and open sessions. Someone care to move that, please? Jim will move that. Martin will second. Any discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Reports of municipal officers. Madam Clerk, was it after the CEO reports for the planning? Okay,
Yeah.
so we have the first report here regarding the Social Point Digital Engagement Platform from the CAO. Someone care to move that report? Joan will move. Monica will second. Good morning, Jim. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. So to add to Mike's commentary, if we proceed with the platform launch, this could be set up in the time frame of mid to late September. And this would be optimal timing for with the Keppel Street purchase and facility to launch surveys and different tools in regards to gathering public feedback towards what that area may become in the future as well. So I think this is a great opportunity that ties in really well with that. Again, I think most of it Mike touched on in my report. The only other thing is, as far as the purchasing and procurement bylaw, we have a clause in there, 4.3.5, that allows us to piggyback on County of Grey purchasing and their process. So this fits with the procurement. We do have 6,500 budgeted in the 2026 budget. This is 7,500 annually. So I'm sure we can find $1,000 to put towards it in some other areas of savings. So I think just leave it at that. I think Mike covered off all the other points I had.
Very good. Thank you, Jim. Barb, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. And just one quick question about engagement. I mean, we've tried various other platforms like Bang the Table, and they just didn't reach the target, and we were able to exit. What is the is there an exit clause? I mean, I'm not planning on, Grey County. I just, $7,500 is a lot less than creating another platform separate and independent of Grey County. And I think the point that Mike made was that, yes, it's engage Grey County, but we'll have our own term, and we would be getting engagement from our neighbors like Grey Highlands and other places as well. So how do we manage the terms of the agreement going, 5 years down the road?
I'm not sure if Mike's still on there. It doesn't look like, but anyhow, in the agreement, there is a termination clause. It would go annually. So whenever your start date is your renewal date. It's separate from Grey County's agreement. It's similar. They're cookie cutter. Meaford has just onboarded or going to, as Mike said, Grey Highlands has been using it for a few years. So we all have our own separate agreements. It's not tied to the county agreement.
Very good. Any more questions? Martin, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, Jim, when Mike mentioned the accessibility widget with putting things out there on the site, would it make the township even more compliant than what we are with the Municipal Freedom of Information Act and the Accessibility Act? Would that be a good star for the township to have this? If you know what I mean?
Through you, Mayor Mellon. It wouldn't make it like we are already compliant with our website, so it'll revert you to like an external site once you click the link, so that's also all accessible, which we have to be, so I wouldn't say it would make us more, but it would make us compliant essentially, but the added widget, we also added a very similar widget to our actual website earlier this year, so very similar, so it's good that they've added that.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks, Lindsay. Jason, please.
Well, I guess I'm just a little curious if the other platforms haven't worked, why this one's going to. And I get we have to move forward, but we got to remember about our large Mennonite population too. That I know it's only $7,500, but we say that about everything. And if the other ones didn't work and get the feedback, why is this one going? I guess is my question.
Jim?
Well, I think, times always keep changing. And as mentioned in discussions here previously, like the tools are there and the options are there for your cell phone to use the QR code. There's other ways to engage rather than to be physically at a desktop computer. So again, with our growth in population, I think it's worth another try and see where it goes. And if we don't get much response, then a year we bail out. So I think it's worth the opportunity. And again, with the Keppel Street, using it for budget financial forecasting meetings, I think it's a good try to engage the public. We can say we're doing our best, and if they're not going to use it, then yeah, why use it? So.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. Moving on to the next report is regarding the Southgate Grey County Land Parcel Exchange. Someone care to move that, please? Jim will move. Joan will second it. Thank you. Floor is yours, Jim.
Yeah, so these next two reports, 15 and 19, kind of go hand in hand a little bit. We've been working on these for quite some time to bring these to fruition. So what this one does with Grey County is there's a piece of land that's at the top of I'm just trying to bring it up here and it's not coming, but oh, there it is. That's on the east side of the rail trail that is currently owned by Grey County, and it's a postage stamp size of about 31 feet by 32 feet. And similarly, on the other side, the west side of the rail trail, Grey County or Grey County, Southgate owns that strip. So there is on that side as well a 3-meter easement. I believe it's for some hydro that is also up in that top northwest corner. So what this intends to do is swap those parcels out and put the county piece over on the west side of the rail trail, and that would put the Southgate new ownership would be over on the east side of the trail. And then tying in with the MOU agreement, that's the 019 report, that would have a possibility to amalgamate those two parts that Southgate own and inform the agreement with Midwest to exchange lands that would give the township the 75 Holland Street property. And that, again, we can get into that a little bit deeper, but it all ties together. This had to come as it is, as it rolled out, and we're bringing it forward with some other clauses here to approve staff to carry on with negotiations with becoming into the restricted acts lame duck situation and make these projects come together and everyone can move on from here. There's a draft reference plan that's been created that will be put into effect if the agreements go through. So so again, this is exchange for small parcels at the top of Proton Street and Dundalk Street, on beside adjacent to the rail trails.
Thank you, Jim. And just real quickly, there's no financial implications to this particular one, right?
The township is responsible for the surveys.
Yes.
And we each have our own legal costs, but we're to register the surveys. That is going to be part of the township's responsibility for payment.
Right. But as far as value of land, there's
No difference.
right. Okay. Questions, comments? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. So moving on to the next report, which is of course related because it's the Southgate Midwest Cooperative Land Transaction Memorandum of Understanding. That's a mouthful. Someone care to move that, please? Jim will move that. Barb will second. Jim.
Yeah, so as mentioned, this would put the two parcels on the east side of the rail trail at the top of Proton Street in a position that they could future merge. And those two parcels are adjacent to the current Midwest operations. And they are in favor of retaining those lands from the township. In return, Southgate would get 75 Holland Street, which is where the co-op store is. And that would allow, with the other purchase earlier this year of the medical center and parking lot, the demolition of the mill on township property, that the township would take ownership right from Main Street up to the parcel that'll be left behind for Grey County at the top of Dundalk Street. Each of us had our own appraisals done on the properties. The values came in, and there's a $94,000 difference that Midwest would pay the township. And we are splitting costs for surveys as well as legal fees with Midwest.
Very good. Thank you.
The MOU just outlines the playing field because again, restricted acts, lame duck, that we can keep on with the process and keep the ball moving.
Right on. Okay. Thank you, Jim. Questions, comments? Martin?
Just a comment. When you look at all the little blocks, at the end of the day, it's what most people would call good planning because it's all used. We did this with the cemetery with Flato. He needed that bit. We got something out of it. It just tidies everything up. And the co-op can use whatever. We have what we want. And obviously Grey County keeps what it has as the rail trail goes. So it's quite timely, quite logical to do, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. Any other questions? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Jim. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I hear maybe everybody wants a brief recess. So let's recess and reconvene 1:15. We'll try for that. Okay. I think we have quorum back, Madam Clerk. Ready to go, Alicia? We're good? Okay. So as we agreed to at the start of the meeting, we'll now start into the planning reports, of which there are two. First one is regarding a removal of a hold on the Gabriel Roca property. Barb will move. Someone second that. Martin will second that. Victoria, please.
Thank you and good morning. So an application has been submitted to pass a bylaw to remove the holding symbol at 191 Hagan Street West. It was rezoned through bylaw 2024-028. It was also previously severed under files B14, B15, and B16, 23 at the January 24th, 2024 Committee of Adjustment hearing. The conditions of severance were met, and the deeds created for the subject parcels approved by the Secretary Treasurer. Council also approved bylaw number 2025-121 in November of 2025 to execute the servicing agreement as well. And the applicable securities were also received from the owner. Council might recall as well, there was some negotiation for the site layout to implement a 4-meter minimum rear yard for the semi-detached dwellings in the 2024 report. So the applicant is asking that council remove the holding provision under bylaw 2024-028. Just to give some context, it's a frontage along both Hagan and Gold Street. They have serviced, or both Hagan and Gold are serviced with municipal sewer and water, but Gold Street has not been physically extended to provide access to a public street. So to provide full ownership of each lot and unit, each home would require its own water and sewer connection. The water and sewer connections and extending Gold Street were required to an appropriate municipal standard as well at the applicant's expense. Bylaw 2024-028 rezoned the lands to permit the 4 detached or 4 semi-detached dwellings.
Sorry, Victoria, could you just speak into the microphone a little better?
And a building permit cannot be issued for the Gold Street units until the holding provision is removed. So notice of council's intention to pass a bylaw to remove the holding provision was provided no earlier than July 2nd, 2026. Was given as required by the Ontario Planning Act. Public meetings not required, and decision on passing a bylaw cannot be appealed except by the applicant. Notice was posted on the township's website as well, as permitted by section 8, 2.1 of Ontario Regulation 54506. So with the required conditions of the holding provision satisfied, council can remove the H symbol to allow development to proceed, and staff recommend adopting bylaw 2026-067 to remove the holding provision. Happy to take any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Victoria. Are there any questions? Jim?
Just to add, we've talked with the developer. The road is being brought back up to base gravel conditions, and subsequently the paving and curb will come in a little bit following the heavy trucks pulling in and out of the site. So we are holding the security still, so we have control of that being completed if it doesn't come through the developer. So again, this just removes the hold for the next process, and the building permit they'll have to apply for it.
Very good. Thank you, Jim. Any further questions, Barb?
Thank you, and through you, perhaps to the CAO or to John Watson, the Public Works Manager. The access for the trucks to bring in the services, will there be an opportunity, will this be the next step in a phase or a series of development that will eventually allow for a, call it a, not a roundabout, but a connection to Hagan so that, we can have flow of traffic through, and because, they're going to come down to a dead end, and then how the trucks will have to turn around at some point to come out.
John, you want to take a run at that, please?
So at this point, it's just extending the road to that, for access to that property. It's not going into that Gold Hagen loop that's been in talks for a while.
But it's another step towards having that done. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, not seeing any questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Second report is regarding Glenelg Phase 3 site alteration. This, of course, is up where the new school is being proposed. Would someone care to move? Martin, seconded by Joan. Bill, are you taking this one, or? Yes, he is. Go ahead, Bill. Welcome. Good to see you.
Good morning, Mayor Milne, members of council, staff. It's a pleasure to present this report to you today. It's been an interesting journey on this project to build the new school in Dundalk. This is another step towards making that a reality. If I may suggest that as you consider my comments, you refer to attachment 1. It kind of gives you a nice overview of where things are with regard to this development of the school site. What we're dealing with now is the Glenelg Phase 3 site alteration, which is the sizable parcel that surrounds the school site. You can see it on that attachment 1. As the subdivisions develop in this area, the school site obviously would like to obtain a building permit sooner rather than later. And so the mechanism that's come up through the negotiations between the party with council's consent to the original minor variance that creates the school site without frontage on a public street is the extension of a temporary construction road. And you can see that accessing Ida Street at a property that has an address of 752331 Ida Street. That temporary construction road begins on the Glenelg Phase 2 site alteration permit, which was considered earlier this year or maybe later last year, and for which a site alteration agreement has been signed, and the security of $382,036 has been posted. So as far as that initial phase of the goal to give access to the school site, that provision is in place and that approval is in place that would bring the temporary construction road to the county rail trail. And you can see that on that attachment 1. And there's a couple circles where future crossings will be of the county rail trail. So that reaches Glenelg Phase 3, which is the subject of the report today. The Glenelg Phase 3 is the original subdivision parcel owned by Dundalk Meadows Group. That's subject of the report. The owners of Dundalk Meadows Group and the owners of Glenelg Phase 2, which is the same developer but different corporations, and the owner of the school site, the Blue Water School Board, and the township have signed what's called a tri-party site plan agreement, and that provides for the phasing in of all this work that I've been describing, including the Glenelg Phase 3 site alteration permit. So I guess from all that, perhaps you can understand why I'm referring to that attachment 1. It is kind of a complicated way of saying we are now at the next stage of getting the temporary construction road approval in place so that the school site can obtain its building permit, which I understand they would like to do within a very short period of time in the coming couple months. As far as the site alteration itself on Glenelg Phase 3, which again is the land surrounding the school board site, there's 2 stages proposed there. The first stage involves, well, extension of the temporary construction road and stripping topsoil and grading certain areas in preparation for future subdivision development. That topsoil that's stripped will be stored in part on piles of topsoil, engineered piles of topsoil that are on Glen Elk Phase 2, and then also on a new topsoil storage area on stage 1 of the Glen Elk Phase 3. So they'll fill up all of the stage 1, or sorry, the Glen Elk Phase 2 lands with topsoil to the approved engineered height, and then they'll start into the one topsoil pile on the Glen Elk Phase 3 site. The approach is to only strip topsoil and regrade lands that are needed to get the initial phases of construction done. So they will determine through this process how far they will go. But the agreement that will be signed with the township, and that will come back for council's approval, will ensure that the engineer is in place to monitor that, and that the sediment traps, the mud tracking restrictions, the perimeter fencing that controls offsite sedimentation, all those works that are shown in the engineered fill report are put in place. So that's stage 1. Stage 2 will redirect some of the swales and ditches and will involve further stripping of soil on the property and storage on the Glen Elk Phase 2 and Phase 3 sites. And again, all those sediment traps and perimeter fencing and other controls are to be in place and will be maintained, including restrictions on to prevent dust from accumulating and spreading when things get dry and so forth. Those provisions are all required under the township site alteration bylaw and will be enforced through the site alteration agreement. So it's a 2-stage development on Glen Elk Phase 3. It includes extension of the construction road over the rail lands and into the school site. The school site itself is now, as far as I understand it, a separate, distinct parcel now owned by the school board. That parcel does not have frontage on an open public street, but it will have frontage on those streets when the subdivision does proceed on Glen Elk Phase 3. And that was subject to a minor variance. I want to say more than a year and a half ago was approved by the Committee of Adjustment. So as far as the cost of this work, we have preliminary estimates from the school board's engineer, and we are looking at in the range of $500,000 and some worth of site alteration work to be completed on Glen Elk Phase 3, which would include the extension of the temporary construction road. So that security will have to be verified and firmed up and in place before the work can substantially begin on Glen Elk Phase 3 to get that construction road in, which is absolutely necessary in order for the school board to get its building permit. In terms of haul routes, any site material that leaves the site will be not going through Dundalk proper. Everything will come in using Southgate Road 26, Side Road 75, and Ida Street. If they're because there's an awful lot of engineered fill that has to come back to this property in order to prepare it for development. I think there's a figure in it. I'm not sure, but it's quite a substantial amount of engineered fill that has to come back. And all of that will be bypassing Dundalk itself and going up past on Highway 10 on Southgate Road 26, Side Road 75, and Ida Street into the site. Not sure there's much more to say about this development. As I mentioned, it is a little bit complicated. I'm hopeful that attachment 1 kind of gives you the lay of the land, so to speak. where the school site is, where the site alteration for phase 3 would be impacted or would be applied. There is also an agreement with the county on the crossing of the rail trail. There's a site plan agreement that's been signed by 3 parties related to the school site. There's a $206,951 school site plan agreement security and the site alteration phase 2 security of 382. So already there's some 500 and some thousand, almost 600,000 in security in place, and then another 500,000 likely to come. So it's been a challenge. It's been heartening to see how the staff, township staff, the school board group, and the developer and their consultants have been working together to try and get this facility underway, which we all know is very important to the community. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions on the site alteration permit or the way this work is being phased. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, for your leadership on this file. It's been a long time coming and there's a lot of work to do yet, but nonetheless, it's heartening, as you say, to see the progress that's been made. Does council have any questions, comments? Barb, please.
Thank you, through you, and thank you, Bill. A lot of effort and a lot of moving parts, obviously. You refer to the developer, and recently we became aware that, so I'll back up a second. These are the lands, the North Minister zoning order that Flato was successful in obtaining from the province. That's where the new school is going. And that is who we had entered into an agreement with originally. Recently, we've learned that some phases of development are being sold to other developers. So when we're dealing with numbered corporations and, you know, this one is the Dundalk North Village and there might be Dundalk this or, and I just want to know who we're dealing with. So who is Dundalk North Village 2 Inc.?
Through Mayor Milne to the deputy mayor, that is essentially the corporation that, one of the corporations that is part of Flato Developments. And so is the Glenelg Phase 2 site alteration permit. That's with another corporation. And that's who the Blue Water District School Board has been dealing with as far as their purchase of land. Representatives of the Flato group sat in the meetings on the tri-party site plan agreement that was developed, and also on discussions related to the Phase 3 Glenelg site alteration permit. And I should add too that the site plan agreement that has been signed by the 3 parties with substantial review by solicitors, which was very important, I think, does have in it a phasing of the works to come in. So it recognizes that we are kind of, I think Ken and maybe the CAO have used the building the airplane as we start to fly. It has in it a detailed description of when each step is to be in place. So this is one of the next steps. It's a very important step, but it is dealing with essentially the same group that brought the zoning order provisions and has developments ongoing in the township.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Madam Clerk.
I just want to mention that MHBC is online. Council would have to waive procedure to allow them. Sorry. I don't believe he is. I don't know. Anyways, if council wants to waive procedure to let them speak, they are available.
Okay. Any other questions from council? Joan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Bill, you're saying that the land for the school, Blue Water District School Board is now the owner for that section. And we're dealing with the other two parts, which is same owner, but just a different company name. Thank you.
If I may, yes, that's absolutely correct. You put it much more succinctly than I did, but that's
Thank
true.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like short answers.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Jason, please.
Yeah, no, I'm glad Deputy Mayor brought that up. That was my main question, who we're dealing with. Seems to kind of be hit all the time. So we're up to date on all securities going forward.
We don't have the phase 3 security amount yet, but we definitely have the 382,036 security for phase 2. And I believe the school board has provided the 206,951. As for the rest of the Flato Development Group's securities, I know that there are numerous ones around, but I'm honestly not familiar enough with you to tell you whether they're up to date. I know, and I've been in meetings with the CEO and director that they have this in hand and are managing that issue as well.
Jim, I saw your hand up, please.
Yeah, so the 382, that was brought for the site alt for phase 2. And with the agreements, the way they were structured, because there's amalgamated, there's a factor of 80% is what's required for, and that's what we've done for all the phases. So it's a reduction of 20% of the 382. But when we brought that forward to council, there was also stage 3 preliminary acceptance for Flato 7, 8, 10. So those monies were deducted as well and shifted over. And so in reality, I think it was 242 that was the number for the site alt for phase 2, which was, I think, around 30,000 shy of what it needed to be. But as discussed at the time, we currently hold around a little over $5 million worth of securities on Flato, all the different phases.
So, all right, Jason, go ahead.
So again, all the securities are paid in full. And before we approve this for this company to move forward, is the company in good standing with us with every other bill?
Jim?
This is not, this is dealing with the school board and the securities for the site alt for that and continuing the road. The rest of the site alt will be a Flato responsibility that they'll have to bring forward the securities to carry on with the works around the school yard development.
So for clarity, Jim, what we're being asked to do today and what we have securities for is to extend the road into the school board site and allow the school board to get their building permit and proceed. As far as the rest of the, I'll call it a subdivision proposal around the school, we're still waiting for those securities. Am I correct in that, Jim?
Yeah, so you are correct. The current road, the Hall Road, is across the rail trail, just across the rail trail constructed. This would allow them to extend the road to the site and strip the site and begin the process of getting the school board building permit. A plan of subdivision still has to become and registered for Glenelg Phase 3, and then all those securities would be brought forward at that point in time for those constructions.
Good. Okay, thank you. Barb?
Thank you. That's very helpful. Because this is a temporary construction road, in order to move to the next step of the school site, what happens if the subdivision that's supposed to surround it doesn't advance as quickly as we anticipate, and therefore the road remains temporary? How will we ensure access to the school site? Will that be from another road in Dundalk, or will it always be from Ida?
At this point in time, again, this is temporary access. Those roads will have to be created within the plan of subdivision. The school is well aware that they will not get occupancy if the roads and the infrastructure is not in and around the school to be able to service with water, sewer, and proper street access. So they're well aware. They've got a couple years to build. So there is timing windows that would still fit the project. But this allows the school the time they need to construct the school. But they are fully aware they're not getting occupancy without streets and servicing around the school.
Very good. Thank you, Jim. Any other questions? Jim, sorry.
Well, I guess I understand, so that will get the school built. But what happens to when the school does open or is ready to open and that temporary construction road isn't going to be ready? And it might be, it's hard to say. What's the risk of us being on the hook to convert that road to being used? Jim?
Well, I guess that'll be a council decision at the time of day. Currently, we are not at that stage. We have to go through these other process that we've identified throughout. Maybe Bill wants to add on as well. Ken is out east on vacation this week. So Bill and Ken have had lots of conversations, but that temporary road is not going to be a right of way. That is just temporary. It will go. It will go away and be returned to fields and future development in the future if purchased or whatever. That's beyond our control. But this is currently site alt for phase 3 school, severance property and access road to begin the construction of the school.
If I may add
Yes,
to
please,
the
Bill.
CAO's comments, that very topic about where the municipality will be in a year or two was probably the most discussed thing amongst the 3 groups that were involved in negotiating the tri-party site plan agreement. And so the best way I can say that is enforced is through the through that site plan agreement, which is a delegated agreement, a delegated process now. So in fact, council probably didn't see that agreement, but I would assure you that your legal counsel did. And obviously it's been vetted by all the staff and the school board and their solicitors as well. I think there's some likelihood of that, but in the 3-party site plan agreement, there is a schedule about when the pre-servicing work is supposed to begin, when the subdivision agreement will be coming forward for execution. And the school board insisted on those specific terms so that they were comfortable that the infrastructure would be in place in order to occupy the school in a couple of years when the work is all ready to go. So it will be very, very important for all of us to kind of monitor as we go through, making sure that those timelines in the site alter or the tri-party site plan agreement are met. I think sewer and water pre-servicing, there was discussion. I think that in the agreement is in 2027. So I think that will start sort of next summer. I don't have all the sort of phases in the site alter or the tri-party site plan agreement in front of me right yet. I can look at for them here if you need to know, but specifically, we've tried to plan for that. I think between the school board and the township staff and the developer and all their legal counsels, we've tried to lay out the next steps and when they are to occur. And I don't think any of us want to see a school that's complete and can't be occupied because there isn't proper infrastructure around. So we've, I think, phased it and protected the municipality and the board and the agreements as best we can. And I guess it's important that we all continue to monitor this through the next year or so and stay on those targets.
Thank you, Bill. I guess it would be fair to say that I think anybody watching could understand council's reluctance or caution. Maybe I'll say caution would be a better word, given recent developments with the Flato Group. I'm confident, Bill, in what you say, that the township is protected as much as the township can be in an adventure like this. Were it not for the desperate need for a new school, I think there'd be a lot more reluctance. But I think we have to have a measure of faith here and move forward, because this school is needed so badly by our residents. Jason, I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
I agree with you on the school 100%. We need it. I just, we've talked about it. I'm still not sure what's in place to protect the township if certain events happen going forward. They build a school and then the infrastructure is not there. What is the point? What are the guarantees? Is there any guarantees there's no guarantee, I guess we have. I can't help but think about the bypass road. We were going to be sailing in and out on it now, and it hasn't happened. So I get we need a school, but I'd like some more guarantees.
Jim?
Yeah, so you're right. There's no guarantee at this point, but there are mechanisms within the agreements, and the plan of subdivision has to come forward to allow for the rest of the construction around it, the pre-servicing and the various stages of that development. So again, there are timeline windows, and Bill's correct, it's 2027 for pre-servicing. So they can get their builds started, and then the roads and the infrastructure can come. There's still time to do that, but that will come forward for council approval whenever that shift is coming forward. So again, we desperately need this school. The province is on board with this. They're funding this. So the province wants to see this go through. This ties with the priorities of building more homes, getting more homes. You're absolutely correct with Eco Park. That's been ongoing for ages. We're still dealing with MTO, again, a provincial ministry, to get approval. So not everything is tied directly to the township or a developer. Some of these things are way above the capacities of us as well. So those are the meetings and the negotiations and the back and forth that we have to go through to get approvals.
Thank you, Jim. Just before I go to Councillor Ferguson, I see, Bill, you had your hand up. Do you have a comment there?
If I may, I can give you the actual timeframes that are in the tri-party site plan agreement. The pre-servicing for phase 2A and 3A of the subdivision itself is to be signed by May 15th, 2027. And then the subdivision agreement, the full subdivision agreement, by September 1st, 2027. And just to add to that, the developer has said there are people who wish to purchase around that school. And so there is an interest at that end to get things moving as well. And the board has been cautious in making sure their interests are protected as well. And I can only say that having participated in the meetings between the three groups. This has been discussed at length, but there's no guarantees at this point. But I think everybody working with due diligence sees the vision of the board and the township council about getting the school in, and we've built the airplane as best we can.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead, and then Joan.
I guess kind of a question to Bill. So just if we are in that position when it comes time for the school to open, how are we able to run it just out of Bradley Street? Is that a possibility where we can just run it out of Bradley Street, or is it where we have to have two separate entrances, exits?
I would think, well, the answer to that is yes, you can have Bradley Street opened up and access it. And that goes through a subdivision that's owned by another developer. And there's securities on that as well. But there is always that access. I think you would probably want to have two, and the sewer and water has to come in from a different location. So what the reality would be, depending on where this work is in a year or year and a half, by next September, if some of the stuff isn't in place, you'll be pulling in designs to get a good road access into that from Bradley and probably another location, and getting the water and sewer into it. And the board and the township would be working together. And what would be used would be whatever securities are on hand from the developer of adjacent lands. And because I don't think any of us would want to ever see that school sitting there with no water, sewer, and proper access to it. So as I said, we've had these at length discussions, and the contingency would be brought back to council to and the board next year if we're in a similar situation and there has been no progress made by May 15th on the site servicing. I think we would want to start right on top of that this time next year if things aren't going as everyone hopes.
Thank you. Joan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Bill. You just answered a part of my question, because I was wondering, we were talking about the road. So we need approval on that road so we can start. The school will not be completed until Glen Egg Phase 3 is up and running for the other roads and water and all the other stuff, not for the houses on Glen Egg to be completed. That will have to be completed too. I just need a little bit more clarity. As I always said, I know that the school, we need the school, and we're being held as prisoners of the school. So we also have to work at the school. The whole township is waiting for the school, and we are not even sure what the end date is going to be. So I just need a little bit more clarity as to what else needs to be done apart from us going forward now with the beginning of the first phase of this road and the tri-party agreement, and then what next?
Okay. If I may, through the mayor, answer that. By May 15th of next year, there should be a pre-servicing agreement that will show how the developer will bring water and sewer and roads into the site. There would be securities obtained at that point, and then by September of next year, there would be a full subdivision agreement in place that would service the entire subdivision. What's needed for the school, as it stands right now, would be the building of the entire roads all around the school. So it's kind of surrounded by 4 future municipal roads or township roads that would be conveyed to the municipality. It would be access from Bradley Street and also to the northwest through Glen Elk Phase 2. So all those roads would need to be in place, the water and sewer into the school site, and probably and hopefully, if the full subdivision agreement is signed, you would see the road built and you would see houses being built on those municipal roads around the school as well. So that's kind of what has to be in place. We have even gone to the point of, because the main access to the school site is to the north, so the upper part of the lands, they even have a contingent site plan that would flip it around if you weren't able to build all the roads all the way around. that would make the main entrance to the south part of the site. So ideally, and as everyone is proceeding in good faith and meets the timeframes in the tri-party site plan agreement, this time next year, the roads will be under construction and the sewer and water will be on its way all around that school site. And we will be negotiating a subdivision agreement that would finalize the registration of that subdivision, so building permits can be given for the homes as well. So we'll know a lot more about how things are going this time next year, but the board has even gone to the point of flipping their school site around so that it may, if that road all the way around can't be built, they can get at least access off Bradley Avenue and then some way down through the existing subdivisions to the south. So that contingency is in place, but ideally the roads will be under construction all the way from Bradley Avenue around the entire school site and off over to the southwest to Glen Elk Phase 2. That's where we hope to be this time next year.
Thank you very much for that clarification, because one of the most asked questions that I get is, when are we getting this school? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we eagerly await that, that's for sure. Any other questions? Martin, please.
Yeah, not really a question. I thank Bill for bringing up that fact that the school board does have a plan B where they can flip it because of the roads that was just mentioned. But good discussion. But I would be leery if we were just dealing with Dundalk, the corporation. But because there's a tri-party and the Blue Water School Board's involved, that adds a little bit of credence, I guess. I don't know what the word is. It just adds so much more. And then when you look at a silent partner, which is the provincial government, they're not part of the tri-party agreement, but they're involved. They want to see it happen too.
Oh, yeah.
So if it was just dealing with Dundalk North or whatever, I'm just as leery as anybody else. But because it's a three-party, because we're talking about the road going in, and we've discussed Bradley, I looked at that, and now learning that, Bill has mentioned that flipping that they could do. There's no reason why not to go ahead with this part of it.
Thanks, Martin. Any other questions or discussion? Jason?
No, I appreciate Bill saying, you're covering all the points. It's just, the hope theory to me in a year, it's a lot of money. We know that the province ain't gonna step up if there's no roads built. They can turn the school. We know the school board will probably not step up to build the roads. So I think that just leaves us, the taxpayer, to put a road into the school that's sitting there. So I don't know. I'm just really leery. I like your analogy about the airplane, but I'm not getting on until it's built. So I don't know, leave it at that comment, I guess.
Thank you. Any other, Jim?
Yeah, to that point, if, say we have to flip the school, say we have to just put pipes in one street and create one street or whatever, we've looked at the cost factors of that. That would still be borne on to if the developer sold or when they came in for their subdivision agreement, those funds would all be recouped if the township had to invest into trying to make Plan B work for the schools. So those have been thought out during these meetings. Again, all the lawyers have been involved with all sides, so it's not just there's some concrete backing behind this as well legally. So
Thanks, Jim. Barb?
Thank you. And I think it's safe to say that we all have concerns. We all realize the importance, and hopefully with the school board, i.e. the province, funding this school, we have a little bit more clout. We'll just say that. I'll be calling a recorded vote.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you take the poll, please?
Through you, Mayor Milne, the recorded vote was called for staff report PL 2026-049, the Glenelg Phase 3 site alteration. Deputy Mayor Dobreen?
In favor.
Councillor Singh Soares?
In favor.
Mayor Milne?
In favor.
Councillor Ferguson?
In favor.
Counselor Shipston,
Yep.
Counselor Rice,
No.
Counselor John,
In favor.
by a vote of 6-1, that's carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And thank you, council. That was a good discussion. Thank you, Bill, for your report. So, okay, moving on, we'll go back in our agenda to emergency services. We have a first report there from our chief, Melnick, regarding the first aid policy. Someone care to move that, please? Jim and Joan will second. Derek, floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, members of council. So the next two reports are kind of tied together. So we want to replace our current health and safety manual. With it is our first aid policy that's in there. So we want to remove that to make it a standalone policy, which is what this is, our current practice. And then the next report will be to approve a new manual. I'll talk about that when we get there. But this policy is, again, is just to pull it out of our current manual to make it a standalone policy so we can continue.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Any questions from council? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Next one, sir, is a report regarding, as you say, the Southgate Health and Safety Policy Manual. Someone care to move that, please? Jim and Barb will second. Derek?
So with the health and safety policy manual, as you council's aware, we entered into an agreement with Citation. They actually have provided us with these policies for the new manual, which we have sent through the managers of Southgate, so department heads, health and safety reps have had access to this. It's been circulated since March several times, so everyone can have some feedback. We were able to tweak some of the policies a little bit in the wording, but ultimately there was some policies that we wanted to supersede because they were more specific for Southgate. So an example of that one would be our violence and harassment. The one for Citation basically just spoke about really like a regular business, where ours addresses more council relations as well. So that's why we chose to keep that policy. If you look in the manual itself, at the top of the policies, you'll say superseded by, and there's, I think, 8 to 10 that we decided to keep. So we've left that in the manual because Citation, as well as legislation changes, if it's in the manual, they will notify us that legislation has changed and tell us what the change is. So it's easier for us to update our regular policies versus having staff constantly monitoring that legislation. With Citation as well, part of it is that if we're following their policies and their advice, any charges, fines that we might get from Ministry of Labor, they will pay, as well as they will pay up to $125,000 in defense for lawyers, as long as we are following their policies. That is only for their policies and their advice. So I think it's a good approach for Southgate. It gives us a little bit of risk management and a safety net there a little bit. And this doesn't mean approval today, all this is going live. We still have to talk to all our employees, train them on it. There's a lot of policies, and then blow out some of it. So some of it talks about hazard risk assessments where we still have to build those out. So it's going to be a process. It's going to take probably about a year, but this is the first step in moving forward with it.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Questions? Barb?
Thank you, and through you, thank you, Chief. I noted that we're going from 18 to 68 policies. But that is in keeping with Citation Canada. Of those policies and the defense that as long as we are following Citation Canada policies, they will defend our actions. Are any of those policies of the 68 not covered by Citation Canada that would therefore not be included in that $125,000 defense mechanism, which when you start engaging with lawyers doesn't go very far?
So to answer that question, the only ones that are not covered are the ones that we are keeping of Southgate policies. So the first aid policy now, that would not be covered because it's our own internal policy. So only the ones that say superseded by an internal policy are the ones that are not covered.
Okay, any further questions? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. So moving on to the third and final from this section is the Southgate Health and Safety Committee's terms of reference updates. Someone care to move that, please? Joan will move that and Barb will second. Chief?
So with standardizing health and safety across the township, we're trying to make the terms of reference as close as possible with each other. We do have two legislated health and safety committees, which is the fire department and Hopeville. And then we have a Southgate Health and Wellness, which isn't legislated, but we kind of try and treat it like as if it was, to bring other locations that don't have 20 employees that report to it a voice to come and share ideas and concerns. So we've updated the policies for that. One of the things, or in terms of reference for that, one of the items that we've noted, it's been a struggle in the past, is there's always been how you get on the committee, but there's never been talks about how you can resign from the committee, or what happens if there's a leave of absence. And then we haven't had any alternate members. So with that happening for committee of 5, if you have 2 individuals on a leave of absence, now you cannot have quorum for your committees. So now you're no longer in compliance, the Health and Safety Act. So that's why we've adjusted some of this to allow for these situations so that we can continue business.
Very good. Any other questions? Joan?
Thank you. I read through all of your stuff and I noticed that you guys have 3 different committee and different staff members and stuff, and you have monthly meeting. And I was like, this is so cool, because I didn't even know that for each division and for each separate part, like Oakville, the township itself, and the fire department. And how often do you have these meetings? And I also noticed the change that you just spoke about with the members and the alternate, just in case someone is not there, which I think is just great that you're keeping up to date and having all these meetings and everything is just going well. So congratulations, and thank you guys for all the safety committee and stuff that you do.
So thank you for your comments. Legislated, these committees are required to meet quarterly, or they are able to meet at the request of the chair, the call of the chair.
Thank you.
Martin?
Derek, just out of curiosity, you said the safety committee, Southgate Health Safety Committee is not legislated. What makes up that group? You said below 20 employees or whatever. So who makes up that third party of your?
Through the chair. So that committee is composed of rec, so Holstein here, because they don't have more than 20 employees that report here. Waste department. So we try and do it that every single department has a representative of that one. There is some carryover. So some from Hopeville and myself from the fire department come in there to represent our own departments. But that's just an area for each department to have a say and know what's going on and to talk health and safety.
Very good. Okay. Not seeing any further questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Chief. Moving on to the Economic Development Department, we have a request here for a CIP application regarding the Dundalk Team Town Hall. Someone care to move that? Barb will move that. Jim will second. Victoria, you're taking this one, please.
Thank you very much. So the applicant is requesting funding to remove deteriorated brick and cement on the exterior facade. They'd like to install some new brick to enhance Old Town Hall's appearance to prevent future deterioration. So the estimated cost for the project is about $11,315,000, and the EDO is recommending that council grant the Dundalk Team Town Hall the amount of $5,000 in CIP funding. It's covered under 4.3 facade building and signage improvement grant to the stream of the CIP, under which the repair, replacement, or restoration of facade masonry and brickwork are eligible, up to expenses up to $5,000 or 50% of eligible costs. So it would be utilizing $5,000 of the funds from the CIP reserves, and the reserve fund would be about $46,383.50 after all approved project reimbursements. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Victoria. Are there any questions regarding that application?
Thank you, and through you to Victoria, well, not necessarily question, more of a comment. Recently at a Team Town Hall event, Movie in the Street, they announced that they were successful in obtaining their charitable status with the Canada Revenue Agency. So I'm glad to see that they are now able to fundraise and issue tax receipts, which will go a long way in supporting the improvements of the Old Town Hall and move them forward in the direction of their goals. So I'm happy to support this community improvement plan request.
Thank you. Joan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to support this request also. This might not be a part of it, but I noticed on the report where you have some of the funds that were reimbursed or not reimbursed for the CIP. I guess this is another, another day, but it just caught my attention that not all of the CIP projects that were approved were paid out or have been used, but I am hoping that they do all the necessary things that they need to do to get this one out and to continue with the refurbishing of the whole town hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. I dare say the group is well motivated to make avail themselves of the $5,000, I'm sure. Mary's practicing her troweling skills to lay brick. Okay, any other, Martin?
Yeah, Phil, it says in the report, according to the building department, a potential issue, not that I don't disagree with it, it's perfect for it. But if the outside wall is a load-bearing wall, the front facade wouldn't be load-bearing, would it? Would it be more the sides of the building?
Through the
Because that's
mayor,
where
if
the trusses land. So
yeah.
that's the down pressure.
Through the chair, if this is a triple white brick facade, then it is load bearing. However, I don't believe this is.
Okay. Thank you.
There's always complications. Barb?
Thank you. And to follow up on Councillor John's question, the schedule that was included, it's the gold sections not yet reimbursed. What is holding up that process? Perhaps this is through Victoria or to our treasurer. Have they just not submitted their invoices? It would be the Southgate Eye Care. Well, I know Country Automotive just opened yesterday. That's exciting. So the other, the Heritage Restoration and a numbered company.
In all fairness, I'll allow you to answer the question, but we're in a way off topic here. But go ahead, Taylor.
We haven't received the final cost. I know specifically for the primary eye care, whichever one that is, Southgate Eye Care rather. They were gonna put glasses on top of the building. We can't see them yet, so the project is not done. I have to assume all these projects are not complete at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Good discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Victoria. Okay, how are we doing? Is everybody good? We're gonna power through till lunch or thereabouts. So we've already done the planning report, so now we're back to Public Works. The first report is regarding a backhoe purchase recommendation. Someone care to move that, please? Joan will move that. Martin will second. John, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, this report's just seeking council's approval to award the backhoe purchase to Toromont Cat in the amount of $291,046 plus HST, which is below the amount that we had budgeted in the capital budget.
Very good. Thank you, John. Who knew a cat would be less expensive than a deer?
Cat taxes come down.
Yeah. Barb?
Well, hopefully this cat has 9 lives. Is this the first tender that we've awarded through the Canoe Procurement Group? Because, I mean, this is a perfect example of how we're able to take advantage of the lowest possible pricing, but still obtain the item locally.
Yes, this is the first one we've done through the canoe process.
I thought we had done one previous, maybe I'm thinking of the county. I know they've used themselves, used the canoe as well. Jim?
Yeah, going back to when we were doing the budget and bringing up about looking at a used, PC equipment instead of going new. Do you have an idea of the hours we're going to be using it? And the other question I had is, I assume we've been bringing someone in to do the work that we would, do you have a rough cost what that would be a year we've used?
Through the chair, no, I don't have that. How much we've spent, on hand, I can get it for you if you want me to, but.
I meant to call you yesterday and bring that up. I did call, someone that's pretty well versed in this and ran it by, and he said, you're either going to want to go really cheap and see what you would use it for, or go with the new. And I was kind of leaning more to the rent, like get a used one, but he kind of, if we get 10 years out of it, you're at, not too bad. So I would go with
Okay, thanks, Jim. Martin?
Yeah, John, jumping on what Jim said, the 4-year extended warranty, that's parts?
Yep.
Just parts?
Well, parts and service.
Service, okay, so that's covered. And I was just wondering, before you had a report where we bought a pickup truck and that Ontario policy where you have to buy local, or like we picked a Honda instead of a Ford or something. Does that apply here? Like, are John Deere and Caterpillar, are they gonna be in Ontario where the supply chain is gonna be best? Just like I saw you nodding your head, is that all part of this? Like, is that part of? Oh, you happy I brought it up? Oh, okay. Well, if you can, both of you can answer that then. I just curious.
Through the chair, the dealerships are both local to Ontario. The manufacturing is not. So it really, unfortunately, doesn't play a role in this one.
Okay. Jim?
Yeah, we have used Canoe in the past. We pre-qualified the collection truck, Labrie, body through Canoe, so we have dabbled at it a little bit. All right.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing any, all those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the next one, which is regarding the Dundalk Transfer Station reuse building replacement. Someone care to move that, please? Jim will move that. Jason will second. John?
Thank you. Through you again, Chair. This is just seeking council's approval to change the scope of the work of the approved Dundalk Transfer Station upgrades to include the replacement of the reuse room. It is getting older and in tougher shape, and the alignment of it with the west retaining wall does hinder us being able to put another bin along that west retaining wall and use it. So this would align it perpendicular to the wall and make the space more usable. And it's for that would add $65,920 plus HST, but would still bring it in under the total amount budgeted for the project.
Very good. Thank you, John. Any questions? Barb?
Through you, thank you, John, and great job in with all the work that's being done to improve that site. When the reuse center, so this isn't the kiosk or where staff are. This is totally just the building where people can drop off and exchange goods. And okay, so I just answered my own question. It was just about hydro and Wi-Fi. It's not necessary for hydro, yes, but yeah, thank you.
John?
Just to clarify, there will be a new building getting built as well to get rid of that little kiosk that will have hydro in.
Martin, I saw you had your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's amazing. When I go to the dump there, it's amazing how many people use that for dropping off or actually picking up. I think maybe a little bit of a cottage industry for some people. But there's other stuff that's stored there too. Is that still going to be, like there's the propane, there's the oil. There is other sections to it. Is that going to be, or is it just for the reuse center now?
No, the oil room will still be in there and the propane tanks, yeah.
Very good. Jason?
How big of a building is it, John? I never really, is there, maybe I didn't see that, or maybe it wasn't in there, just wondering.
It'll be the same size as what's there. I'm just trying to find it in the quote. It doesn't, yeah, it'll be roughly the same size building, so.
Very good. Okay, any other questions? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the final report from TAPS is an energy management report. Someone care to move that, please? Monica, Jim, John?
Thank you. Through the chair, this report is just the annual update to the energy management plan and policy. It just highlights energy usage over the year for 2025, and you can really tell from the colder winters, there was definitely spikes in energy usage. But adding on to that as well is it was the first year that we were fully heating the second works garage at Hopeville, as well as the bulk water fill station and the pumping station at Van Dusen Avenue.
Any questions? Barb?
Thank you. And I think I ask this every year with growth, with us serving more residents, when they look at our energy management plan and see, we're using more energy, do they factor in that we're providing more service as well? Because if we had stayed the status quo and not improved service or had all of these additional homes and buildings, we wouldn't have seen those spikes. Well, we would have seen some spikes because of weather. Just how does that all come into play?
Yeah, growth is just factored into that as well to kind of balance it out.
Do we know what impact, if any, that we've seen from energy consumption regarding the new installation of the new roll-up doors? Do we have any way of measuring that?
I'd have to look at the numbers for the one that we get a true reading on is the Holstein shop here, but again, we'd have to factor in how cold the weather was and whatnot to see it affirm.
We're confident that it has made an impact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Any other questions? Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, John. We need a break? Okay, we'll break for 5 minutes. We'll take a recess. Thank you. Alrighty, I think everyone is back. We'll reconvene and we have three reports here from the finance department, four actually. First is regarding tax adjustments. Someone care to move that, please? Barb and Monica. Taylor, please.
Good morning, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So the first report I have here is a tax adjustment. There was a property on Gray Road 14 that was destroyed by fire, so this is just to bring them up to that new assessment value.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? All those in favor? That is carried. The next report is regarding the 2024 financial statements regarding specifically trust funds. Someone care to move that, please? Joan and Jim. Taylor.
Good morning, and through you again, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is just the trust fund element of the financial statements. Council has already approved both the library and the consolidated statements. So the trust funds are just the cemeteries and as well as Egremont Optimist Club.
Thank you. Any questions? All those in favor? That is carried. Third report is regarding the Build Community Strong Fund and the request to apply for funds. Someone care to move? Barb will move. Jim will second. Taylor. Oh, Kayla, taking this one.
Thank you. This report is outlining FedDev Ontario's Building Community Strong Fund. We'd like to apply for it to go towards the renovations of the new administrative building.
Very good. Thank you. Questions? Potentially, what is the maximum we could realize?
$1 million.
Well worth the application in my mind. All right, all those in favor? That is carried. The fourth and final report from the finance is the collection agency use and approval. Someone care to move this, please? Jim and Martin. Taylor, back to you, please.
Okay, and thank you, and through you again, Mr. Mayor. So back in May, I had released an RFT for collection companies to bring forward bids. I unfortunately got no bids. So since that time, I've been reaching out to collection agencies kind of across Ontario that are registered with the Ontario registration certification process. So through that and the data analysis, I've gone ahead, or I would like to go ahead with Kingston Data and Credit Collection Agency as they're the most, or kind of the cheapest option, but also deal with municipal servicing and have a lot of other kind of suitable needs that we could use.
Thank you. Questions? Barb and then Joe.
Thank you, and through you to Taylor. Thank you, Taylor. I'm glad this is coming back. The fee, they take a portion of what they collect.
Mhm.
These are arrears that we have exhausted all efforts, and now we're going to a collection agency. It's not for, you're in arrears, you go to the collection agency and we're going to forfeit 25%. These are staff have spent, significant time and effort and tried to work with the individuals or corporations that are in arrears to no avail. So I'm happy to support the effort because getting 75% is better than getting 0.
Okay, Joan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but that was a part of my question. I was just going to ask what would it cost the township, but I finished reading that and I got it's on a
Okay.
collection basis.
Thank you, Joan. Any other? Martin.
Taylor, the some general AR arrears roughly 10,000, so I'm assuming that's 22 backwards, and they can still try and get that if you've given them the information.
Yep, so they said they could collect on any account, including accounts that we've already written off for the same fee. So that kind of includes mostly things from tenants that we can't charge back to the landlord, or the owner of the residence. So there's a lot of different kind of items in there, but I'd like to get them cleared up and collected if we could.
Okay. Okay, not seeing any further questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Taylor, and thank you, Kayla, for those reports. Next is Legislative Services, the Clerk's Department. We have a report here regarding Grey County Joint Compliance Audit Committee appointments. Someone care to move that, please? Barb will move, Jason will second. Madam Clerk, or, yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
ahead,
thank
please.
you through you, Mayor Milne. This is just being brought back. Council approved the committee earlier, and this is just appointing the members. So we're again working with the lower tier municipalities in the county, which we've done for the last 2 election cycles, and it works pretty well. So the 5 people there that we've identified were chosen through our committee of staff that we're looking through all the applications. So I believe a few of them have served in the past. So this is just to formally appoint them by bylaw and approve them to represent on that committee.
Very good. Thank you, Lindsay. Any questions? Martin?
Lindsay, you mentioned that there was a handful of applications. Just out of curiosity, the way things like this go, how many applications did you receive? Not that it bears any weight on it because you picked them, but just
Yeah.
curious to know.
I don't think there was a whole lot more than the
Oh,
the
okay.
5 here. It is hard to get that interest, and we do ideally want people with that accounting background and that sort of thing. So it is a bit of a struggle, but that's unlike our other committees. It's a struggle sometimes too, but I wasn't one of the ones on the selection committee, but I believe there was maybe one more possibly. I can get that information if you need, but
No, it's just the way you said we had applications is like my word, applications.
no.
for a committee,
Yeah,
so
no,
it struck my
I
interest, so
did
thank
not
you.
mean it that way.
Thank you.
Clerk is overly dramatic today. Any other questions? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. The next report is regarding video surveillance system policy implementation. Someone care to move that, please? Jim will move that. Joan will second it. Madam Clerk. Oh, wait. Holly, please.
Thank you through the mayor. So this report is just being presented to adopt the video surveillance policy. We have video surveillance at a number of municipal facilities, and we do need a policy to kind of guide us. And it was created using MFIPA and the IPC guidelines. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any, but it's all laid out in the report in the bylaw.
Very good. Thank you, Holly. Are there any questions? Joan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ollie, you said we now have some surveillance. Is this new one for the township office in Oakville where we didn't have one?
So yeah, we do have outside like various buildings. We would use this policy to implement any future video surveillance systems at any other facilities, the new building or wherever else we deem that they would be necessary. There is a schedule in the policy outlining what's required to put a video surveillance system in. So we're really taking into account the protection of privacy of individuals. If it didn't meet the requirements, then we would not move forward with putting the system in at that location.
Thank you. I did see that. I read through it. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All those in favor? That is carried. The next one is regarding the exotic animal bylaw. Who knew chickens were exotic is exactly right, but nonetheless, here we are. Someone care to move that, please? Martin will move that. Joan will second. I see, let's see. Holly's name is on this one again. Holly,
Yes,
please.
thank you. Through the mayor, so this report is being written. We've taken a look at our exotic animal bylaw. It was last approved in 2004, and following direction after one of the planning reports that was presented in June, it was instructed for us to put certain fowl into the bylaw. But we did take a look at the bylaw in general and just did some general updating. So I'm happy to take questions if there are any, but it's fairly straightforward.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Barb?
not so much a question, but a clarification through you to Holly, and thank you. If somebody were to be looking to find out about backyard chickens, would it direct them to an exotic animal bylaw on our website?
So currently it's still in the zoning bylaw. The exotic animal bylaw just essentially reaffirms the zoning bylaw, so they're allowed in properties that are allowed in the bylaw. I think that we could put it on the website in addition to where the zoning bylaw is for further information. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor? That is carried. Fourth and final of this section is a report regarding unopened section of Southgate Side Road 15 between Southgate Road 24 and 22. Someone move that, please. Jason will move. Joan will second. Holly, please.
Thank you through you. This report's just being presented in accordance with the disposition of land bylaw. We received a request for someone from a neighboring property to purchase half of the block of Southgate Side Road 15 from 24 South. And we've discussed with the Public Works Manager and the CAO in planning, and there were no general concerns. So we're just looking for approval to move forward with the sale and declaring it as surplus. Sorry.
Right. Okay. Questions? Joan or Barb, please.
Getting
I'm
us all
getting
confused.
the ladies on this side all mixed up. Sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. Through you, thank you, Holly, and not sure who to direct this to, but given that it ends at 22, 15 ends at 22, and there's directional signs in order for deliveries to get to certain destinations on 24 and 26. Why wouldn't we open that road allowance? I think I know the answer. I mean, it goes through our landfill, that the Proton landfill that has been closed and monitored for 10 years. But maybe just to explain it, that would then justify why we would dispose of the northern part. John?
Again, yes, it runs through the closed Proton landfill, very close to the pile. So that would be an issue in itself to build that portion. But a good chunk of it through that block is all under conservation in wetlands. So there would be a lot of hoops to jump through to try and actually build it and cost a substantial amount of money that we could spend to fix other roads that are already developed.
So no tunnels or overpasses to get around it. So thanks. It was worth the explanation.
Yeah, the Gordie Howe name's already been taken.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Jason?
We've had interest from one, so do we have to open it up then to both like usual? Yeah.
Yeah, through the mayor, that's correct. We'll follow the disposition of land bylaw, and neighboring properties will be notified that it will be going for sale.
Yep. Very good. Yep, go ahead.
What kind of a price do we think we put on it, or anybody thought of that? Just curious.
Well, we would get a opinion of land value, yeah, or market value, sorry. So we usually put that in the package so that people are aware they can bid otherwise, but we usually put what that is.
Barb? Oh, Martin, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was thinking there. I think the last time we did this, the road allowance was like 6 to 8 acres, or it is something like that. Anyway, that's beside the point. This road, the county and the official plan, it says there's a lot of, as John mentioned, wetlands, significant woodlands, wetlands, provincially significant. So the person can buy it, but can't really farm it. So in other words, it is surplus to us, and he can't touch that, or can he? If the potential buyer, he can't. touch the woodlands or wetlands, he has to go through the, as you said, go through the conservation authority. I think you did say that.
Yeah, depending on what he wants to do with it.
Okay. Oh, Jason, go ahead.
Maybe this is off topic, pertaining to the old dump site, do we have to keep it forever, or can you ever get rid of it? I'm just curious, maybe that's not to do with this, but.
John? You're right, it doesn't, but well, yeah,
Kinda does.
kinda does, kinda does.
So there's still ongoing requirements for water monitoring and testing and stuff like that. So as far as a lifetime for how long we need to keep it, would have to defer to Jim on that if he has an idea, but yeah, not that I know of.
Yeah. I don't suppose you and I'll ever see the end of
No.
yeah, monitoring. Jim?
I'm not 100% on the answer for sure, but I think you could. The new owner would take on all the liabilities associated. Plus, then you would have to meet all the, is it D4 guidelines or I'm not sure the D series, but setbacks from landfill, like there's not much development that can possibly happen. I know in some areas where there's been bigger landfills, you know, they've turned them into toboggan hills or something like that. You can maybe do a passive recreation use, but we did look at one time if there was viability in installing solar panels, but never really got any traction with, you know, you have to make a foundation and getting into the landfill footprint again, so.
Challenging piece of geography. Jim?
I guess one question I've been asked a lot, and it's to do, not with this road in particular. People have asked, why are we not opening like walking trails, biking trails? And the complaint I've been getting is there's a lot of people putting no trespassing signs up on road allowances. That, are we allowing them to put up these no trespassing signs? The one I was just recently asked about was 22 in between Highway 10 and that 75 right, Ida Street.
John?
The no trespassing signs, I haven't heard about those going up there. But we do have signs up that say no traffic going through there after some locals did fix that chunk of road up. And we're getting more signage because there are some people unfortunately using it as a detour around Dundalk right now to deter them from heading down there as well.
Okay, but for someone that wants to walk or bike on it, is those no trespassing signs? Are we holding people for walking and biking on these lands?
I guess it's a road allowance, so a public road allowance, if they wanted to walk on it at their own risk, that's up to them. There's no winter maintenance on them obviously either, so.
Okay. Barb?
So getting back to declaring this surplus, this is the first step. When we get the market value assessment or the opinion of value, there would, if the process that I'm asking about is, generally speaking, the successful bidder would assume those costs, the legal costs, the survey, the assessed value, so that it's not, you know, whatever they bid plus the closing fees.
Yeah, that's correct. We also have implemented in our fees and charges a deposit amount because we've had in the past where we've done a lot of the work and then it didn't pan out. So we were on the hook for some of those costs or the initial costs. So now we have kind of a contingency in place so that the township isn't out any of the money if it doesn't go through. But correct, the successful bidders would be in charge of survey and everything. Yep.
That's great. And thank you for that, because I remember that incident. You know, it's
Yeah.
initiated by a property owner and then they don't go through with it.
That's
We're-
right, yeah.
We've gone through the trouble. So thank you for implementing that.
Okay, any further? Jason?
The property to the east of that, is that conservation or is it private? I'm just curious. I thought at one time it was conservation.
The north end?
Yeah.
Like ownership, you mean?
Yeah.
I believe it's private ownership on both sides, yeah. I
Okay.
think so. Yeah.
All right. No further questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Holly. Or, yeah, Holly and Lindsay for those reports. Boy. Human Resources Department. Maybe I need to study that a little more. First report is regarding short-term disability policy. Someone care to move that, please? Barb will move that. Joan will second. Kayla, I got that right.
Thank you. This is a report just to present our short-term disability policy, which has always been there in the background. It was part of our personnel policy as scheduled before, and we just wanted to formalize some of our processes and make sure that there was a standardized form for people to apply for short-term disability.
Very good. Questions? Not seeing any. All those in favor? That is carried. The next report is regarding staff conference, education and training policy. Mover, please. Jim will move. Martin will second. Kayla.
Thank you. Again, this was a previous policy. It was combined with the council conference and training policy before. That got broken out. And now we are just making it its own standalone policy. There appears to be a lot of changes just because of the formatting, but there wasn't any major significant changes when moving to this new policy. I'll take questions.
Very good. Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Kayla. Any notice of motion? Okay, not seeing any. Consent agenda. There's a plethora of items there. Does anyone wish any of those removed for further discussion or direction? Martin.
Yeah, 1121, 1122, if I may.
21 and 22. Anyone else? Joan? Poverty Task Force. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so the motion will read, be it resolved, the council received the consent agenda dated August 5th, 2026, save and accept items 11.13, 11.21, and 11.22. Someone move that, please. Barb will move that. Seconded by Joan will second that. All right. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, so we'll take them in order of sequence. 11.13. Joan, do you wish to have those meeting minutes received?
Sure.
Okay, seconder. Jim. Go ahead, Joan.
Oh, well,
Please.
the Poverty Task Force, we meet once a month. I know the jail kind of want us to reinforce this and some of the council meeting. We're always focused on transitioning from charitable food model to other income solution. And we also got the highlight of the ISAC report, which is the Information Sharing and Analysis Center report. And most of what we spoke about was like they want municipal councilors to be more involved in community education and engagement. And we spoke about how to proactively reach out to some of these people, but we were also cautioned about how it's not just treating marginalized people or show and tell for counselors to show up and want to know more about what is going on with homelessness, food insecurity, and all the stuff that the Grey Bruce Poverty Task Force speak about, or how these things are done. But it's always a great meeting and a great panel where we not only just cover and talk about the mistrust or how we see people that are on the street in a different lens, but they're and the social deterrent of all of that. But we also work in project, how to help these people, how to help them in terms of health. We spoke about people that are coming out of the system and they will just send them out with bus fare or no fare, depending on where they are. So some of the stuff that we normalize is how to get these people from point A to point B, how to help people that don't want to go to the food bank and stuff like that. So this is really a great task force, and it's a really great committee that is a part of council. So we just need to continue to support it and do the best we can in terms of helping people from different socioeconomic backgrounds. That's it.
Thank you, Joan. And indeed, it is a very interesting committee. I sat on the committee when I was warden for a couple of years, and Jill does a great job with that committee. Any questions or discussion further? Okay, all those in favor to receive the minutes of that meeting? That is carried. The next is the town of Plimpton, Wyoming. Support for the vacant commercial storefront tax. Martin, I presume you'll move support of that? Is that?
Yeah, moving for support. Yeah.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Joan will second. Go ahead, Martin, please.
Well, I went through the plethora of all these consent items, which is a great word. I love that word, plethora. But this one caught my eye because we have had trouble with obviously storefronts in Dundalk, and we've done all kinds of different things with taxes and rebates and what have you. But the couple of things that struck me here, and maybe Taylor can chime in on this. The first one, that staff direct report, but it also says, including an analysis of the necessary provincial legislative changes required. And then it goes down to number 2, where it says the government of Ontario amend the Municipal Act to grant permissive authority. So I started thinking, well, we try something, but it's not even covered by a municipal act. How can we put it into practice? So it's just wanting for support for this to make sure there's changes that we could at least have it in our toolkit for anything that happens down the road with the,
right,
basically it. So
yeah.
I don't know, Taylor, can you
Taylor,
add
you
to
wanna,
that?
you got nothing, eh? All right.
You got nothing?
Anybody else? Staff? Lindsay?
I'll just read the support motion if that's okay with.
Well, yeah, I should
Councillor
have said
Shippton.
that.
That's okay. So be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Southgate received the correspondence from the town of Plimpton, Wyoming in support of Prince Edward County, and that the Council of the Township of Southgate supports the resolution of the Corporation of the County of Prince Edward requesting that the Government of Ontario amend the Municipal Act to permit municipalities to implement a vacant commercial storefront tax or similar levy, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Premier of Ontario, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound, MPP Paul Vickers, the Corporation of the County of Prince Edward, and AMO and FCN.
Okay, motion has been read. We have a mover and seconder. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the final item that was removed is regarding Township of Brudeno, Lindock and Raglan. Support regarding return to property tax reassessment cycle.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. But anyway,
No,
Martin, you're gonna move support of that? Yes, you
Support.
will. Is there a seconder? Jason will second. Go ahead, Martin, please.
well, this township had another plethora of names to it. And yeah, I read this and it'd be like, okay, why send it in? You're beating your head against a brick wall, but you have the capability to send it in.
Yep.
And it has been 10 years since 2016. And you know, the government's duty is to establish assessment and taxation laws, and they deferred it and deferred it. And I think it just, you know, there's so many of this, the wardens committees, east and west. And there's a lot of, we just not joining the bandwagon. It's important because I was looking at some of the things, the disadvantages of keeping this going instead of having the recurring cycles that, where there's growth in an area and where there's not growth, like stagnant areas, there's a tax iniquity. And then there's disadvantages for new builds compared to old builds. And one article said there's a market disconnection. I'm not a real estate person, so I can imagine what that means. Litigation appeals for the biggest one, because property tax and property assessments are different, but there's still, the biggest thing that I read was that there's gonna be if they do bring it back, there's gonna be a sticker tag, future shock. So just something to support.
Certainly could be. Yeah. Any, Barb, go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, Councillor Shipston, Grey County actually received a presentation from the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus and began this support letter earlier this year. I believe we've already received the Grey County because it was circulated to the lower tier municipalities and AMO, and so the caucuses are making their presentations to the various municipalities. I know the warden chair, Bonnie Clark. I sit with her on the Association of Municipalities of Ontario County Caucus. So it's not for lack of already putting Grey County's voice forward in this regard, but I'm just not sure if we also supported the Grey County circulation of it already.
Okay. Well, there was another item I was gonna be pulled, and Alicia actually said we did that, so I guess I just got on a roll, but if it's all been done, I'll rescind that and, or.
Well, there's
or we
no
can-
harm in
Well,
carrying on.
another name to the,
Yeah,
to the pile is
sure.
good. It's in the bucket then.
And I'm not suggesting that we not support it. I
Yeah.
just wanted
I didn't
to
realize
say that Grey County has already added their voice. And in fact, I think they were one of the first to start the circulation.
Great, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, it is noon. Madam Clerk, shall we? You want to do general announcements? Sure, let's do those and then we'll recess for lunch. Anybody have anything that I wish to share? Joan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am between lunch right now. So
No
as
pressure.
Jamaica markets 64th anniversary of independence tomorrow, August 6th, I want to recognize a nation whose spirit, resilience, and vibrant culture have inspired the world. Let us continue to focus on how the many contributions that Jamaican Canadian have made in our community right here in our municipality and also in Canada. So we're going to be proud, be bold, and black, green, and gold, Jamaica 64th. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Anyone else have anything they wish to share? Barb?
Thank you. I'll echo the comments. I did attend the Speaker's Corner, which was the kickoff at Grey Roots of the 164th Emancipation Festival. It ended up being a small family reunion for one of our Southgate residents, and it was pretty special because he met cousins that he had never met in person before. So the northern terminus and the Underground Railroad extends far, has a great history in our community. I did want to mention that the Grey County Truck Show is this weekend, August 8th. Trucks begin to arrive Friday evening. There will be activities, a tractor pull, music, beer garden, and just an all-round family-friendly day throughout Saturday. And then they pull out again Sunday morning. It's at the Dundalk Community Center in Dundalk.
Just to clarify, I think it's a truck pull, not a tractor pull, correct? I think. Yeah.
Tractor, like the tractor,
Oh, I see your highway
they're
tractor.
high rig, they're big rig tractors,
Tractor, okay.
but not farm tractor.
Okay.
As far
fair
as
enough.
I know,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh, just to clarify. Anybody else have anything else they wish to share? Lunch, so the counselor says. So, okay, we will recess for lunch. Madam Clerk, how long do you think? Do we, like, would half an hour do it or 45 minutes? That's what I like, a definitive answer from the clerk. 12:45, we'll aim for 12:45. All right, we are recessed. Joe would miss me. Okay, I think everybody's done lunch. Thank you to whoever organized that. That was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you to Mount Forest Greek Grill. That was really good. Okay, so we are back to item number 13, which is the bylaws. Does anyone wish any of those bylaws to be removed for further discussion or direction? Not seeing any, so the resolution is, be it resolved that the following bylaws dated August 5th, 2026 be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and entered into the bylaw book. Someone care to move that, please? Joan will move. Martin will second. Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So the motion, we have a closed meeting session today to deal with an item. The resolution is, be it resolved, the council proceed into closed session at, I'm going to say 12:45, in order to address matters relating to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Specifically, the subject is litigation update, and that all those required remain in attendance. Someone want to move that, please? Martin will move. Joan will second. Thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. Right. It is noted that Councillor DeBreen will recuse herself from that discussion. Okay, we'll proceed in closed session. Good? Okay. Okay, here we are. Everyone's back. I can confirm that we only discussed in closed session the matter that was listed on the closed session agenda. Confirming bylaw. Someone care to move that, please? Martin, seconded by Barb. All those in favor? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Jim and Barb, all those in favor? That is carried.